All right, ladies and gentlemen of COPD Navigator Nation, welcome into another week of house calls. If you are new here, my name is Mike Hess. I am a respiratory therapist, COPD educator, and advocate for several years now. I am the administrator of a group called COPD Navigator on Facebook, as well as running a COPD Navigator channel over on YouTube, and looking for more places to branch out and get people the COPD information they need to be their own best advocates and partners in their care. Of course, the elephant in the room these days is the novel coronavirus, COVID-19, whatever we want to call it. But as I'm sure all of you know, life is going on. COPD still happens. Asthma still happens. All these problems with ongoing lung conditions are still going on. And we need to be cognizant of that. And we need to make sure that people are still getting the information that they need when it comes to these conditions, because a lot of the normal avenues for getting this information, your physician's office, your provider's office, your pulmonology office, your pulmonary rehab, a lot of these things are closed down right now, and you're not able to ask the questions and have the social connections and all that stuff that you normally do. And so that's what this place is for. That's what this show is all about. I encourage everybody to drop a story, drop a question, whatever is on your mind, drop that in the comments. Sometimes it's going to be below, sometimes it's going to be off to one side or the other. Get those information or get those questions in, and we'll see what we can do to get you the information that you're looking for, whether it has to do with this coronavirus situation, whether it has to do with COPD in general. We've got inhaler technique we can talk about. We've got spirometry we can talk about. We've got all kinds of stuff that we can talk about. So get those questions in and we'll get them answered. In the meantime, while you're doing that, I always like to take a quick spin through the world of COPD. Again, if you're a member of the group, you may know every 2 weeks we do another show called Breathe TV, which normally focuses on a topic of the day, as well as some upcoming news or some of the latest news in the COPD world. Of course, right now it's been a little bit tricky. Not only is COVID-19 kind of taking a lot of people's attention, it's also making it difficult to complete research projects. It's difficult to get those studies published right now. Coming up in, I believe, the next couple of weeks, about a month from now, I guess, early May, the American Thoracic Society was due to have their big annual conference, which is one of the biggest places to get out new studies for COPD information. That has been canceled, so I haven't seen any new stuff come out as far as publications and things like that. I don't know what that schedule is going to be. It has been a little bit difficult to see any kind of new COPD news coming online lately. Didn't even really see anything in my Twitter feed today. You can see we've got COPD Navigator on Twitter also. Haven't been seeing a lot of stuff. We had a little bit of discussion last week about some new studies that seem to have been coming out. Looking at a website now called COPD News Today, which kind of summarizes a lot of that stuff. Not much going on there. We can just do the general Google search next up and see if the big old Google machine has anything new to say today as far as COPD. This can be tricky because there's a lot of information flying around out there. Particularly since this pandemic situation has everybody's attention, and it's really difficult to know what information you can trust. We've talked a couple of times on Breathe TV, and we talk a lot in our Navigator group about the idea of snake oil and things like that, and pardon me. Allergy season and all that stuff also still going on right now. But we talk a lot about snake oil and misinformation and things like that, whether it's good intent, bad intent, indifferent intent, just mistakes. It's really hard to tell. And so that's where we're seeing a lot of information out there right now that we don't really know how much we can trust it, because whenever you have a new situation like this new coronavirus, it's difficult to get the information in a timely fashion, because whenever we do any kind of research, we have to be very careful about what patients, looking at what we call confounding factors. We need to be very careful looking at that we don't make assumptions too early about what a disease does, how to best treat it, all that sort of thing. We even see that in COPD. We've talked about that a lot too, where we have this kind of blanket idea of what COPD is, where when we actually drill down a little bit deeper, we see that COPD, I think it was Gold, or I read in a study somewhere, it's basically, a dozen different things going on that are kind of unified by some of the same symptoms. Traditionally, we have unified it under the idea of you can't get air out. You have this obstruction all the time, hence chronic obstruction. But sometimes that's due to damage inside the lungs themselves, to the little air sacs that are in there, the alveoli where the oxygen goes into your bloodstream and the carbon dioxide comes out. Sometimes it's due to producing too much mucus, phlegm, junk, secretions, whatever we want to call those. And so when we look at these big groups of people, what works well in one of those subgroups may not work well for the whole group. But since we have some limited diagnostic stuff right now, and since it's only been in the last maybe 5-ish, maybe 10-ish years that we've really started getting that more, what we call granular, that more individualized information, can be tough. And so we're seeing that same thing happen with the pandemic right now. It's difficult to know what therapies are actually working, because we're also concerned about infecting other healthcare workers. So do we treat this with traditional oxygenation techniques? Do we treat this as, why are people having bad oxygenations? I've seen some very interesting theories just in the last 24 hours about some of that stuff. But we don't really know how to treat it yet, and so we don't really know what the answers are. And that's why a lot of these news blasts and things like that keep changing. We had a question last week about, why is the information changing so much? Why does everybody, why are all the answers changing all the time? Can't anybody get their act straight? And it's not really anything intentional or anything like that. It's just the information evolves a lot. And we as humans really like to have answers. And unfortunately, in the early phases like this, there really aren't any good answers yet. So you will see conflicting information. You will see information that changes a lot. And that doesn't even necessarily mean that, even in conflicting information, it doesn't necessarily mean that one is definitely right and one is definitely wrong. It may mean that in the group of people in column A, this has been the truth. And in the group of people in column B, this has been the truth. And if you have different proportions of those groups, you may see different truths. So long story short, a lot of conflicting information out there. So hopefully we can shed some light on some of that stuff. However, as I said, everything else is still going on right now. We've still got COPD, we've still got asthma, we've still got inhaler use, we've still got all these things going on. We've still got trying to focus on smoking cessation and all these other things going on. Also good things going on in the world right now. I was talking with my wife earlier today. She saw some great videos come through, I believe, on Facebook, talking about how people are in this age of physical distancing and isolation, where you can't get closer than 6 feet from people. Kids are having birthday parties, and so sometimes people are organizing. They have friends of friends or whoever, and they have a parade with some fire trucks, because they know somebody who's a firefighter. And so they're able to do some of these things, parades through neighborhoods. In my own neighborhood, we have a sort of I don't necessarily want to call it scavenger hunt, because you're not actually supposed to pick up the stuff or touch it or anything like that, because again, the distancing, but people are painting rocks and leaving them out for people to see, just, to maintain some kind of connection with folks. So there are still good things happening in the world right now. There is still positive to look at. Again, here in southwestern Michigan, it's not quite as warm as I'd like yet, but it is a beautiful sunny day. Spring is approaching, even though a lot of our social indicators of spring are off kilter. So please don't just necessarily focus on asking a question or anything like that. Share a success story. Tell us something fun you did over the weekend. Again, share some of that social thing so that we can continue to make that connection and keep that connection, even with some of the challenges here. So now I'm going to loop through. Let's see who's having saying hello here. James, my good friend out from Bend, Oregon, if I remember correctly. I'm pretty sure I remember that right. Hopefully, James, you're having a good day out there. Ellen, like my nail polish, thank you very much. One of the things that's been getting us through and giving us some joy is my daughter's been doing my nails, kind of snazzy stuff that I'm enjoying myself. So that's been a fun thing. I've been doing a lot more. It's been nice. We've been having a little bit more connection time with the kid. The upside to our schools have all been canceled. So the upside of having them not as stressed with schoolwork and things like that is we've been able to rediscover some of that stuff and do some cooking together and all that kind of stuff too. So that's been fun. Let's see. So I'm going to loop through real quick here, see if we've got any other notifications, questions, all that stuff. Again, please feel free to drop them in the comments, whichever method you're watching here. Share some success stories, share whatever is on your mind right now. I know there's a good chance that this is going to be kind of a rough week. A lot of the statistical models are saying that this could be a bad week, bad 2 weeks for a lot of folks around the country. So let's try and find those joys where we can here. So I'm still taking a look through, and again, this is kind of getting back on to the idea that a lot of things are slowing down. There's just not a lot even on general Google search. So here's something that is kind of interesting. From Pulmonology Advisor, excuse me. Beta agonist treatment does not affect Parkinson diagnosis and COPD. So this is a new study that has come out. Was published on this site earlier today. Where was it actually published? Published online last month in a journal called Pharmacotherapy. So beta agonists are they are definitely a mainstay of treatment. And where did my inhaler poster go? I think my kitty cats have been rummaging around a little bit. So pardon me for just 1 second. I'm going to go grab another copy of my trusty inhaler poster. Oof. All right. Peek behind, I don't know so much the curtain, but a little bit peek behind what else is on the table back there. So we have these things called beta 2 adrenergic agonists, or beta 2 agonists, or we go by a couple of different names here. These are some of your fairly common medications. These are your albuterols. This is the top row up here. And those are the short-acting versions. Let's see if we can get a little bit better focus there. There we go. And then we also have some long-acting ones, which those are on the other side of the page here. And of course, we also see those in a lot of our combination meds out there. So there is apparently some thought that this may be related to Parkinson's disease, but using healthcare administrative databases from British Columbia between 1997 and 2015, studying almost 250,000 patients, they found that there really wasn't much connection between the use of these beta agonists and Parkinson's disease. So study limitations include capturing of only dispensation of prescription medication rather than intake rates and the lack of data on smoking. So, however, generally speaking, it looks like these beta agonists are pretty well safe to use in terms of Parkinson's disease. So that's some potential good news there. One less thing that folks have to worry about. let's see what else is going on in the world of COPD. And again, we've got lots of stuff we can talk about. Inhaler technique. We've got some spirometry stuff going on here. We've got actually our home spirometer here. We can check that out a little bit. Got a pulse ox floating around here somewhere. That's been one of the key things to measure some of the severity of these COVID patients. A lot of the time, it seems that people's oxygenation can get very low without that usual accompanying shortness of breath, so that can be an issue. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, we just definitely don't have a lot going on today. So looking at some of the comments and stuff too, it seems like we've got some of those Monday blues in the group here too. Just not much going on. Everybody's kind of quiet for a Monday. So hopefully you're keeping yourselves healthy, keeping yourselves as active as you possibly can, making sure that doing some fun stuff out there, staying somewhat active. Let's see. Give me something to talk about, folks. I'm drowning here. Give me something. Shirt of the day. I've gone back to my respiratory shirt. This is Keep Calm and Calling RT. Very good advice these days. Again, we've seen a lot of discussion about ventilator shortages and personal protective equipment shortages and all that kind of stuff. People are starting to recognize what respiratory therapists do. I'm very proud to be a respiratory therapist. I'm incredibly proud and honored by many of my, all of my colleagues out there on the front lines right now, in incredible danger with those shortages and all that stuff, but still showing up time and time again for all of our patients. So please keep your RTs in your thoughts this week and next week in particular. And hopefully we're going to see come out on the other side okay here. All right, so here's another relatively new article coming from Physicians Weekly 6 hours ago. So let's see what we have here. So this looks like, yeah, that's not going to be super exciting. This is a publication about a study design, so that's not very cool. That's not giving us a lot of information here. A lot of other stuff talking about asthma and COPD linked with increase for rheumatoid arthritis. Looks like a study came out last week that was pointing to that, which kind of makes sense. We know particularly with asthma, but increasingly with many forms of COPD, we see that inflammation process going. And that's a key component to a lot of the rheumatoid arthritis-like diseases and things like lupus and things like those sorts of conditions. So that makes sense. It makes a lot of sense that you're going to have some connection between the two. I don't know if they've really been able to quite figure out whether it's cause and effect exactly or anything like that, but makes sense. All right. What else we got going on? No questions. I'm surprised that nobody's got any questions today. Have we solved everybody's issues? I mean, I hope so. That'd be fantastic. But hopefully this is just kind of the quiet time right now. Everybody's still getting back together here. Maybe we should do some evening shows this week. 4 o'clock seemed to be a pretty good time. 4 o'clock Eastern time seemed to be a pretty good time for most folks. But could potentially do some evening shows and maybe catch a little bit more people. So we'll see what else is going on there. Let's see. I think we talked about that acid reflux study already. So here's a question I might have for you folks. Is anybody out there doing COPD management via telehealth? There's a lot of talk right now that with, as I mentioned, a lot of primary care practices are closed right now because of distancing requirements. But a lot of practices are also doing stuff remotely, whether it's over the phone, whether it's video conferencing like this. although usually it's more of a two-way video conference through your electronic medical record, so that I can actually be seeing you and evaluating how your work of breathing looks, if you're coughing a lot, and those sort of things. Is anybody working on that with COPD? Because there's a lot of talk right now that this is kind of the time for telehealth to come of age. We're seeing a huge explosion of it right now because we have to still take care of folks without putting more people at risk, putting ourselves at elevated risk, all that kind of stuff. But that's probably going to continue because we also see that there's been some good discussions on Twitter about maybe we shouldn't be sending everybody to the hospital all the time. There's in many parts of the world there's this idea of having kind of a COPD emergency pack where you might have a round of antibiotics and a round of steroids on hand in your house, or even on quick order at the pharmacy, kind of just ready to go if you call into the office and say, hey, I think I'm having an exacerbation, having a flare up. Then the office can call and say, okay, time for another pack, and you get it at the pharmacy, or maybe you can even have it on hand at home. And there's a fair amount of data to help support that. A lot of times people know their own breathing, and you're the first ones to be able to recognize when something is going wrong. So it kind of makes sense in order for making you wait to be seen in the office and all that kind of stuff. Maybe we should be doing that a little bit more. Maybe we should be doing a lot of these consults over telehealth, especially as we're building out that infrastructure now. So if anybody has any stories with that, I would love to hear a little bit more information. I would love to see if anything is going on, if anything is helping out with that, and to hear your experience, good, bad, ugly, whatever it is. So, okay. Let's see what else we got here. Yeah, now we got some comments coming in. Hello, Derek. Good to see you again, my friend, my good friend from far too many years ago. Hope things are going well in your neck of the woods. John Linnell also checking in, just not much to bring up at the moment. That's fair enough. John is a fantastic advocate. He's also a master of puns, so maybe we can drop one of your favorite puns in there. Derek mentioned lots of appointments to get checked, diagnosed after symptoms have come on. I'm wondering about options to get started when I haven't even started. So I'm guessing we're probably talking about coronavirus stuff. I'm not sure. Or you got some symptoms of COPD, asthma kind of stuff. Give me a little bit more context for what we're talking about. We can hopefully point you in the right direction. Because when we're talking about, early lost appointments are a huge issue right now. Again, throughout a lot of health systems and for a lot of reasons. We're even seeing things like surgery delays and things like that. So, depending on what part of the country you happen to be living in, you might be seeing a lot of these delays. Maybe you're not seeing quite as many. It's really tricky right now. COPD stuff. Okay. So, let's see. So your options to get started when you haven't even started. First, it's difficult to really get started without the formal diagnosis and all that stuff. So there's certain things that are going to be difficult until we're on the other side of all this and we're able to get some of those diagnostic tests and things like that, which we can talk about also. Things you can do in the meantime. First things first, and this is just general advice. I don't mean to call out D or anything like that here, but the biggest thing that anybody can do is quit smoking. And of course, that's a lot easier said than done. We have this idea where smoking is one of those things where it's like, you just quit. You should just put them down and walk away and all that stuff. The data tells us that probably at best 1 out of 10 people are able to do that and sustain it for more than 6 months. Smoking is an insidious habit. It's part of your social structure. It's part of your habits and your daily routines and rituals and all that sort of thing. So when I say the best thing you can do is quit smoking, that's true, but I also say that fully realizing that it's not that simple. I like to look at things through kind of a developing a new habit kind of thing rather than just quitting the old one. There are a lot of things that you can do to substitute and to distract yourself from smoking. There are similar things that I learned while I was working on my weight and working on some of those health issues. Just again, distracting yourself. Sometimes the substitution comes into play. In my clinic practice, a lot of times I will give people straws, toothpicks, cinnamon sticks, anything that's got a little bit of flavor to it and a little bit of similar technique. So I wouldn't recommend this because this is a computer stylus, but anything that you can try to determine what it is that your initial habits are. Like a story I use a lot is having a cup of coffee in one hand and a cigarette in the other hand. So if you can put your animal brain that is really craving a lot of that stuff, yes, it craves the nicotine and some of that stuff too, but it's also craving this motion, this routine, this habit, this ritual, all that kind of stuff. So if we can break some of that, then we can start bridging over into some other habits. When we can add other senses into it, like I said, in the case of cinnamon or mint toothpicks or cinnamon sticks, then we start adding a different sensory trigger where in those cases, maybe you start craving cinnamon instead of craving tobacco, things like that. Other things to do, continue to be active. We talk a lot about, as for all the medications and all the things that we have, the two biggest things that we have actual evidence for are quitting smoking and staying active. Usually we look at it as this idea of pulmonary rehabilitation where it's a program and you kind of get yourself built back up. But really exercise is going to be key to maintaining the lung function that you have and slowing that disease progression. Now, once we get past that stuff, you're going to want to get a diagnostic test called spirometry, where we'll just do some of the basics of that real quick here. If I can dig out my bag of tricks, we have essentially the way this goes is your machine will likely look a bit different, but you'll have some kind of machine where you're going to be blowing through a tube. You're going to take a big deep breath in, as big as you can, and you're going to blow it out as hard and fast as you can for as long as you can. And so with the information we get from that, we look at how much of that air you can blow out in the first second compared to that whole breath. And that gives us an idea of what kind of obstruction we might be looking at in the lungs. We also have you take a breath in so that we can look at some of the upper airway stuff, because there's a whole bunch of things that can look at or look like COPD, but not necessarily be COPD. We want to make sure we're getting people the right therapies and all that sort of stuff on that. And then we start getting into some of the pharmacological therapy, the medications, the inhalers. And again, technique is really important here because, as you might imagine, as different as these two devices look, their inhalation techniques are also very different. So that's kind of the first things you can do. The first steps you can kind of take are to maybe start keeping a symptom log or a journal a little bit. Continuing to stay active, continuing efforts to quit smoking, things like that. That journal, that symptom journal, will help see if you have. It'll help us in the long term because it'll help us identify any kind of triggers, regardless of whatever respiratory condition is going on. If it's a COPD type thing, we can start looking at avoiding triggers, or it can also maybe indicate that things are a little bit more on the asthma side of things. So those are some things you can do right now without any clinical help to start looking at what you can do when all those testing things become available again. And in Atlanta, okay, so in Atlanta, you're looking at some air quality and stuff like that, some of those issues too. An increasing issue, or increasingly recognized issue, with asthma, COPD, all these things. We see a lot of irritation coming in, especially as we start getting into these warmer parts of the year, when we see ozone action days and air quality days and things like that. Those can be really bothersome for a lot of folks because, particularly the ozone days, ozone is an irritant and actually causes more inflammation. So again, regardless of what the label we put on it, you're usually having a rougher time with that. So staying inside and all that kind of stuff, that can be helpful too. Congratulations on quitting smoking. That's something, and John, I have seen your question. I will get back to that in just a second. I want to wrap a bow on Derek here. Congratulations on quitting smoking. This is something that we don't celebrate enough. I always try and make sure, and when I have somebody with a success story like that, I don't care if it was 20 years ago, I'll always make sure we celebrate that in our appointments and all that, because that really is an accomplishment. Like I said, it permeates everything, and not just in the physical sense of everything smells like smoke. It is part of the social circle. It is a part of so much of a person who smokes life that being able to quit and sustain that quit is a really big deal. So kudos to you. Keep it up. Keep up the moving, the working out more. So those are, again, fantastic things that you're going to do. Keep that up. So congratulations on moving forward and keep going. John asks to stress that COVID-19 can and will hit smaller towns and rural areas. Here in small town, I believe Minnesota, it's scary that folks just don't wear masks. It's something that's in New York, not here. So this is a really interesting point. I actually was having this discussion. My wife is a nurse practitioner, for those of you who don't know. And we were talking about the new CDC requirements or recommendations earlier about wearing masks in public. For a long time, it's been don't wear a mask, don't wear a mask, don't wear a mask. And of course, we're seeing true surgical masks and things like that still in a shortage. Healthcare providers really need a lot of those things. So I still would be reluctant to recommend a lot of those going on. So now we've kind of crossed into this whole homemade mask situation. And I have mixed feelings about it. I think the reason we wear masks outside of those N95 specialty masks is if we are sick, it helps contain any aerosol particles that we might generate. If you cough, if you sneeze, if you happen to spit a lot, or any of that stuff that's flowing out, helps keep it contained to you because you're already sick. You're not going to make yourself sicker or anything like that. It's not really to protect it's not to protect you from other people. It's to protect other people from you, to be frank. When we get into some of the cloth masks and things like that, up until a couple of weeks ago, we were pretty adamant that said, these don't really cut the transmission of the droplets. They don't really protect one way or another with the aerosols, with the virus particles, things like that. But again, that's kind of changing right now. And again, the paradigm is shifting, if I can throw a business buzzword in there, to that we should be assuming that we are infected at some point, or we should at least be treating our social interactions as if we are already infected and we are trying to protect others. So now it gets back to, well, maybe we should be wearing a lot of masks. We're seeing a lot of the data that's coming out of other countries that said, a lot of the countries that have worn masks from the get-go, particularly the surgical masks, have had a slower rate of transmission. They've flattened the curve, so to speak. You've probably heard that going around a lot. So maybe it does work, and maybe we do have to re-examine a lot of our assumptions about how we're looking at masks. One thing that is true either way is that if you're going to wear a mask, you have to be using it appropriately in order to get any benefit at all. And so that means you're probably going to want to have 2, 3, 4 masks. Wearing one mask all the time is going to, that mask is going to collect your condensation. A lot of times I encourage people to wear something over their face in the wintertime because that air is very dry anyway. And the whole idea is to catch moisture. But if you have that and you don't clean it properly and you keep exposing to yourself, particularly as we get into these warmer times again, now we're starting to see bacterial growth. Now we're starting to see maybe you are blocking the novel coronavirus, the SARS-CoV-2, if we want to get technical, but now a more common infection is going to be attacking while your guard is down, basically. They can also, in some certain cases, give you a false sense of security, in my opinion. A lot of times we still see people continuing to touch their face with a mask on. Sometimes it's more, sometimes it's less. It's going to depend on, not a judgment statement here, but it's going to depend on the kind of person you are. If you have something on your face, some people are more prone to be touchy, whereas other people have that constant reminder to not touch. So if you're going to use a mask, you have to use it appropriately. You have to remember that still the most important thing is to be washing your hands, keeping your distance, washing surfaces, not touching surfaces. If you're going out to the store, try not to touch anything unless you're actually going to buy it. That takes us into the whole thing with gloves too. If you touch a thing and then touch another thing, you've completely defeated the purpose of wearing gloves. Back to John's larger point, this will eventually get to small towns. We have been able in Michigan. We have, of course, this started our outbreak started in Detroit, and then just like in a B movie about virus outbreaks and things like that, apocalypses and all that, it spread out. We could watch it. We could watch that exponential growth as we got closer and closer. We had a buffer in my. I don't live in a big city by any stretch, but I also don't live out in the middle of nowhere. And I don't want to say we had a false sense of security. We were pretty well prepared. We have a couple of excellent hospital facilities. We have a medical school. We have a pretty good health infrastructure here. So we knew to take it seriously from fairly early on. But again, it's kind of natural when you see the epicenters are in New York, Detroit, Chicago, Atlanta, San Diego, San Francisco, Los Angeles, these big cities. It's really easy and tempting to say that could never happen here. It will happen there. I will be the first one to admit that maybe it was hope or whatever. I thought it would be unlikely to get to some of these other places, particularly earlier on. I was one of those folks that said, well, maybe, we're looking at where the outbreaks are right now. But the problem with this is it does have a fairly good incubation period. So maybe you had somebody who had maybe one person comes in from Detroit, for example, and then they're even just on a layover and they buy a hot dog from a vendor in the thing, and they happen to breathe at them. Now that hot dog vendor is contaminated, and they go home, and maybe they meet some friends they do a high school reunion, or they see relatives that were from out of town, and maybe those relatives live in southwestern Michigan. Well, now all those people are now contaminated, and that's the chain to get to my neck of the woods here. So this does happen. It will impact pretty much everybody. I guess if you're in the frozen tundra of Alaska somewhere, although there are cases in Alaska, I don't know where the exact geographic distribution is, but if you're somewhere up north, Nome, Barrow, something like that, you might not see a lot of them. We are seeing right now our rural areas. I was speaking with one of our state respiratory representatives from the Manistee area within the last week or so. They haven't seen a lot of cases, but they're also prepared because they know it's coming. This will be impacting a lot of people. The other thing that we have to be mindful of is even once the immediate clinical things are done, we're still going to have follow-on effects. We're going to have people who have been avoiding the hospital because they have COPD and asthma, and they've been putting stuff off for a while, and now they're really sick. Diabetes, cancers. We're going to see a lot of these things following on with an exhausted healthcare system, with a stressed and strained healthcare system. We are, and I don't want to get too political or anything, but we're going to see economic effects. We're in for a bit of a rough ride coming on, not just from a clinical sense. So do what you can to take this seriously. Do what you can to prepare yourself now. I'm hopeful that the things like the toilet paper shortage and things like that will overcome that, and people will stop that panic buying. But do take it seriously. Again, if you choose to wear a mask, make sure you're using it appropriately, using some good sense, all that sort of thing, and don't take it lightly. Jim and or Mary. Pleasure to have Jim and Mary on here. Longtime supporters of Navigator Nation, fantastic advocates for COPD in general, for end-of-life issues, hospice, palliative care, and absolutely beautiful people. I had the good fortune to meet them. Boy, was that 4 years ago now? 5 years ago now? Wow, time flies when you're having fun. Um, Also, as it happens, April, the first week in April is usually our state respiratory conference. I might have mentioned that today. I know that's been a thing that got canceled a while back with a lot of the quarantines and all that stuff. But in my on this day on Facebook, just within the last day or so, I was reminded that Jim and Mary actually were our keynote speakers at our state respiratory conference, I believe 3 years ago. Did some fantastic talks about remembering to keep in mind that the person on the other side of the stethoscope is a person, not just a patient. It's a human being. It's a son, daughter, wife, mother, spouse, all those things. So, to the matter at hand, people who wear masks of any kind will also be more careful with their other sanitary habits. Opinion that it won't happen to me. I like to believe that. I like that optimism. But again, I have seen a lot of really bizarre mask habits, even over the last week or two, when a lot of good mask usage is supposed to be frontmost in people's minds. I've seen masks down here. I've seen people rubbing noses through masks, which is not necessarily a good thing. I like to think that if you're wearing a mask, you're a little bit more cognizant of it, but I also am fearful that, again, it's kind of that false sense of security that if I'm wearing a mask, nothing can get me. So again, I just want people to use caution with it. I just want people to use good sense. That's really, at the end of the day, that's what's going to help a lot of people. It's the same things we've been preaching since kindergarten. Wash your hands. Cover your mouth when you cough or sneeze. Keep your surfaces clean. Make sure your area is clean. If you're sick, stay home. If you see somebody who's sick and you have immune issues, stay away from them. Jim, I don't think I'm talking too far out of turn. He's been willing to share his story many times. Jim is a bilateral double lung recipient, so the poster child for having a compromised immune system. So again, if he's wanting to wear a mask and all that stuff, so maybe take his opinion better than mine. I certainly wouldn't be offended by that. I have seen enough over the last couple of weeks in particular to say that anybody who's claiming to be an expert right now sure better be ready to have some humble pie or some crow when all this is said and done. So that's another thing I really want to highlight. Don't get your information from just one source, including myself. Trust but verify. Again, some of that common sense stuff that's been around for a long time. Get some reasonable, objective sources. I don't necessarily want to say expert sources or whatever, but and see where the consensus seems to be. Don't necessarily rely on one avenue for all your information. Get a couple things, see what feels right. But again, also use common sense and cleanliness and all those things. Don't eat your crayons. Words of wisdom right there, folks. Please do not eat your crayons. Jim also mentions that they are well provisioned, hunkered down, and resigned to staying and hiding until there is a vaccine. Likely, again, there's probably not going to be a silver bullet for this thing. We are looking at probably anywhere from a year to 18 months for a reasonable, trustworthy vaccine. So hunker down, particularly, again, Jim, kind of the poster child there with that immunocompromise from having the medications for post lung transplant. But anybody with a chronic condition, COPD, asthma, diabetes. If you're overweight, that's been another big thing. You know, we know that we have an obesity crisis in the country right now, and it seems that that has been a major risk factor for the more severe elements of COVID-19. Um, Definitely things you're going to want to watch out for. Again, take this stuff seriously, protect yourself accordingly. So, let's see what else we got going on here. We got a little bit of time left here. Planning to stick around until about 5 o'clock. That gives us about an hour. Maria, good afternoon. Checking in on the video itself. We got the video going in a couple of different places here. So if I don't see, good thing Mary likes me. If I don't see her comment right away, I do apologize. Sometimes it takes me a minute to kind of circle through some of the avenues here. Still looking to convince one of my kids to be my social media producer here and help out with that. Less than successful so far, but so like I said, I got a few more minutes here. If you got COVID questions, if you got COPD questions, I'm gonna grab a little bit of a drink here, so don't mind me too much. Actually, go ahead and nobody needs to hear that glug glug there, so get those questions in. Let me know what's on your mind. Again, I really want to hear some success stories from folks too. This is meant to be a distant social time. You know, we have this whole phrase of social distancing, which John has pointed out in the past that that's maybe the official term for it, but that's not the best term, because we still need to be social. We humans are social people. We need to still have that connection, and I've been seeing some really uplifting stories. I know I saw a story I shared before about like some of the parades and things like that. Um, Saw a story that was, you know, everybody's really getting into the full body suits and the masks and gowns and goggles, and you know, maybe you only see this much of a person who's caring for you when you're scared and sick and all that stuff. So one of my fellow respiratory therapists printed out a big picture of himself and laminated it and stuck it to his PPE so that somebody could actually put a face to the voice and all that stuff. You know, we need to keep that social connection, because that's what, again, what's also going to get us through a lot of this stuff. Sharing the positive stories, keeping the positive vibes going. It's going to be a long stretch here in the next couple of weeks in particular, but we need to keep these connections going. On the same note, if I can selfishly ask a little bit, if you can, and I've seen a couple of people start following our Facebook page. If you can follow, like, subscribe, whether it's Facebook, YouTube, whatever it is, Twitter, whatever you happen to be using, if you could help us get this information out. One of my big goals, even outside this coronavirus thing, again, if you follow, I've had this COPD Navigator group for about 5 or 6 years now. Even outside of the crisis here, we need to start addressing COPD in a better, more efficient way. COPD has been a leading cause of death in the US and around the world for many, many years, does not get the research priority it deserves, does not get the funding for research and advocacy that it deserves. I know NIH just put out a request for proposals for COPD awareness programs in communities. We ran one through the medical school a couple years ago. Had some billboards, did some community events, but we're still not getting the impression that we need. There were some other great social media programs that ran through that same awareness funding subcontract dealio. We definitely need to be doing a lot more of that. We need to be pushing for additional COPD, asthma, you know, all these lung conditions. We've talked a couple of times about how this crisis is kind of highlighting the role of the respiratory therapist, but perhaps more importantly, it's getting people to start thinking about their lungs again. You know, we have kind of a saying in respiratory: you can go a couple of weeks without food, you can go a couple of days without water, but you're hard pressed to go more than a couple of minutes without air. but it's also one of those things that we tend to take for granted until there's a problem. So we have late diagnosis, we have confusion with a lot of other respiratory diseases, and we have poor advocacy. We don't have enough people saying, we have too many people saying, it's smokers, they did it to themselves, they should have known better. And not enough people saying, these are still people. We still need to be doing a better job teaching people how to use their inhalers. We haven't improved our inhaler error rates in 40 years. We're not getting payers to understand that there is a big difference between a powder inhaler and a meter dose inhaler. So if you can help me spread that message, I would be very much in debt to anybody who, again, likes, shares, subscribes, anybody who needs this information, anybody who's interested in this information, clinicians, caregivers, people living with COPD, the whole gamut. We need to get all hands on deck here. Just like we're doing for this emergency situation, we need to sustain that effort over the next 5 to 10 years and get people thinking about COPD and get people thinking about lung health in general. So, end of that soapbox. If you can help me out, I appreciate it. Not seeing a lot, any additional questions coming through right now, which is probably a good thing. I mean, like as Mark was saying a little bit earlier, why does it say COPD Navigator was live? We still live? Hopefully we're still live. Some places are still live, some places are not. Who knows? Ghosts in the Machine the last couple of weeks. I did a podcast that hopefully should be coming out in the next couple of weeks with a gentleman out of Florida, and he was telling me the same thing, that there have been some weird gremlins and stuff floating around. A lot more people using the internet these days, stuck at home doing the distance socialization by distance. So Jim asks, how do we like, subscribe, etc.? So a couple of different ways we can go about that. First thing, I'm going to see if I can quickly type in, if you go to the COPD Navigator page on Facebook, which I'm going to type into facebook.com/COPD Navigator. Did that work? I think that worked. Usually get a little preview there, but yeah. So in the link, or if we're watching on the watch party here, you can go there. You can go to. I did see another question pop up real quick. So oops. YouTube. So we got both of these places you can do that. There are, depending on which site you go, there are buttons that are marked subscribe. And if you go on Facebook, it says, if I can get, here we go. Oh, that's the group. So if you go to the page, you should see right under the big lighthouse, you should see a bar that says, it has a thumbs up and says like. Then next to it looks like a thing like radio waves that says following. You want to get those into your news feed, hopefully first, but at least by default. That helps Facebook know that this page is legitimate and followed and all that stuff. So that helps it boost in search results and all that sort of thing. Similar process on YouTube. If you're over there, you can subscribe. I think the button actually says subscribe, and then you hit a little bell that says that gives you notifications. So all those things are very helpful for me and to help game Facebook's algorithm and all that stuff. So Jim and Mary also points out COPD patients barely have the breath to get through their day, let alone make the necessary noise to gain the attention we need for funding. We need to quit hiding once this virus thing is over. It's an excellent point, which is why I do this stuff. I can do that. I do have the breath. I can't tell you I know how you feel because I don't, but I can put my efforts into advocating on your behalf. I want to be an effective advocate, and in order for that to happen, I need to understand what everybody needs. I tell people a lot of times when they come in, again, kind of looping back to the smoking cessation thing, historically, a lot of clinicians make people feel guilty about smoking. And because people don't like to feel guilty, they may not be entirely honest about how much they smoke, if they've been able to make any progress and things like that. And that follows on with things like how often are you using your inhaler? And we all want to be that good patient, and myself included. I've done this too. You want to, you don't want people to be mad at you or disappointed in you, whatever. But I can't help unless I know where the problems are. If you're not, for example, if you're not taking your inhaler, I need to know, because then I can start asking, well, do you not can't take it because you can't squeeze it? You can't puff it? Are you not taking it because you can't get the powder out? I was speaking with a patient not terribly long ago that said, well, most of it seems to end up on my tongue. So then we have to get into, well, can you generate that flow? Can you get it to where it is? If you can, maybe we need to reteach you how. We need to figure out where those problems are. So what I need is more voices telling me what to fight for. Do we need to fight for oxygen? Do we need to fight for liquid oxygen so we can get, can be out and engaged with life longer? Do we need to fight for new medications? Do we need to fight for better teaching on how to use the existing medications? I need more voices. We all need more voices. I sit on the board of the directors along with John of the U.S. COPD Coalition. We all have our individual opinions. Again, as a clinician, I have a certain point of view, and I know what I think is important, but I can be wrong. I have been wrong many times, and I'm happy to admit that. So I need to know what I should be fighting for. And in order to do that, I need more voices. And in order to do that, that's why I ask for the likes and the shares and all that stuff. I think there was another comment that came through. Jim saying he will do it. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Again, I can't do this without you folks. One of the best things about our group on Facebook is that what we call peer counseling or peer education. It's another person with COPD talking to a person with COPD and sharing their story and sharing their opinions and their experience and all that stuff. And that is really what's been very effective. So I appreciate all that stuff. So I'll circle through one more time here and see if anybody else has got some stuff to throw. Oh, we got a lot of stuff over on the information here. So Maria says, week 4 is still off from work. Still don't have lung capacity like I did. Sorry to hear all that. Share. Appreciate that. Find spacers more effective. Find older people have a harder time just using the canister. So that is an excellent point. This is what's called, usually called a spacer. This is a valved holding chamber. There are a couple of different models. I have a couple of different here to demonstrate. I've got, these are 3 that are on the market right now. These are called valved holding chambers because they are a chamber that holds the mist, and they have a valve. If we can look in there, you see it's kind of a duckbill thing. That valve, when we plug the canister into the back end of it, like so, the puff, the medication, will stay suspended. It's hard to see, but you stay suspended inside the holding chamber. And then you can inhale it at your own pace. This does tend to work better. And we usually tell people whenever you use one of these, you should use one of these. Again, that's not always followed. And sometimes we have to use some other adjuncts, like things like, this is what's truly called a spacer, or truly just a simple spacer. This particular brand is called an inflow cone. Not remunerated by the company in any way, but this goes on the end and helps give you a little bit more margin for error for puffing and inhaling at the same time. Similar to the valve holding chamber, but not quite as intense. But the positive side of it is it's a lot more portable. It goes right along with the inhaler. However, we still see a lot of times people may have arthritis or some other kind of finger strength or dexterity issue, and you can't squeeze that. So then we start looking at, well, maybe one of these dry powder deals is a little bit better, because if you can open it and you can cock it up, and you can inhale like that, then you don't have to worry about timing. You don't have to worry about squeezing or anything like that. Can be tricky. If you can't use either, you may end up using some of the nebulizer medications, and that's okay. We have a lot of preconceived notions about what a lot of these different modalities do, and it's not necessarily accurate because, again, we haven't done a good job of getting that information out broadly and at a level that non-clinicians can look at it and say, oh yeah, I get that. We usually talk in our jargon and our 8-syllable words and all that sort of thing. Maria also says think they should bring the price down. $50 is expensive. It absolutely is. That is a whole topic of conversation, why some of the meds cost so much. Actually, I've started an audio-only podcast called the Potato Cast, named after one of my kitty cats, for a variety of reasons that I don't need to get into right now. But you can find that if you go to Anchor.fm and search for Potato Cast, or no, excuse me, that's not where the Potato Cast is. That's a COPD Navigator podcast. If you go to, well, here, I'll see if I can just pull up the link real quick. Whoops. Bear with me 1 second. If you go, making me sign in real quick just to copy the link, which is kind of weird, but if you go to this link there and there, new episode tomorrow that talks about what are we talking about? We're talking about the confounding factors in research and things like that. The episode that's up there now, just launched this thing. The episode that's up there now gets into a little bit of why medications cost so much, because it's not always what we think it might be. There's a lot of complex things that get overlooked, and sometimes the people who make them expensive like it that way. So check that out if you want to hear some of my thoughts about why some of these meds are so expensive and maybe what we can do about that. So check that out. And that's that. So I'm going to go ahead and wrap things up a little bit here. We had a nice little conversation about the inhalers toward the end there. That was fun. That's kind of stuff we're looking at doing. So if you can join us again tomorrow, we're going to roll with 4 o'clock Eastern time for right now. If you happen to be catching this on a tape delay, or if you feel that a later time might be effective, I'm certainly open to trying some of that. We're going to be stuck in quarantine for a little while together. And again, I want to make this as functional and as helpful for as many people as I possibly can. Passionate about this stuff. I'm a public health professional also. And I think we need to be doing a lot more of this in order to help our healthcare system outside of pandemic situations. So if you can join us tomorrow, appreciate it. If you can't, make sure you catch us on a replay and or spread this information to whoever you think might benefit from it. Again, clinicians, people with COPD, people caring for people with COPD, anybody who might be interested in this sort of information. Until then, until tomorrow, take care of yourselves, take care of each other. I look forward to speaking with you all again. My name is Mike Hess. This is COPD Navigator House Call, and we will see you tomorrow. Take care, everybody.